of history by today the most well-known of these schemes. The people who want control are perhaps different this time. But the internet way offers another alternative: local networks, and all working using common protocols to interoperate. We can see that countries sometimes reject this, the internet's robust technical approach, in favor of alternatives that are, I think, into little shards where user experiences are controlled and directed for the benefit of the platform owners, mostly corporations that originated in the United States or China. This again chips away at the fundamentally robust, distributed, people call the internet, really will be something different altogether. Or for generations, that it was a new and unit with is actually of us this apparent single thing. Even though the so because we all act that way. As the DNS fragments, the routing system works consistently everywhere. If through interference or accident it starts to fragment, so does the internet, and so on. If the internet is lost, the Internet Society's purpose and also the very idea of internet governance could be lost with it. Yet all is not bleak. In 2020, as the Internet Society's impact report shows, we made a great difference to people all over the world. We look on those accomplishments with pride, and the Internet Society still has a lot of untapped energy, eager to help build, promote, and defend the internet. Internet-funded corporations. Now, of course, it is possible to be faced with all the bad internet news and forget about all the good we get from it. When I was growing up, communication was expensive. We had all manner of tricks to try to avoid paying for long distance calls when we got to a destination, for instance. Now we communicate by video conference with people practically anywhere on Earth without thinking much about it. In Canada, where I come from, the country is huge and it doesn't have very many people in it. So people living in remote communities can have a hard time finding markets for what they want to sell. The internet improves their lives to healthcare, education, mental health available low cost. The internet about no. Scientists were able to respond to a global pandemic really fast, in part because they could share data about their observations quickly and easily. Scientific preprint papers used to take weeks to get to people via expensive postal mail. Now they are available as soon as they are ready, at almost zero cost. And because there is no central gatekeeper on the internet, it is true that any charlatan can promote phony disease treatments, but it's also not necessary for a scientist to go through bureaucratic permission. The Internet Society as a society to focus its energy. That is why, for instance, we invested so in making clear what the internet way of networking is in contrast to other ways of building networks. We need people who are working on internet issues to understand the core properties of the internet and to understand what things they can and cannot do without affecting the very functioning of the internet. We will continue, I imagine for the foreseeable future, to work on connectivity, but we will also continue to try to remind everyone to build this largely reliable system out of cheap engineering. These at once. In traditionally, good, fast, under an astonishing access relatively large machines at low speeds, hundreds or perhaps thousands of bits per second. Video conference internet access is still too costly for many people. It's also true that you can build a basic internet exchange point for a few $1,000s and put it in just part of a single data center rack. The land alone for the New York Telephone Company headquarters was assembled at a cost of $1.5 million in 1923. That's about $24 million today. It is the Internet Society's job to remind everyone how much we gain from the internet's extraordinary approach to networking. To ensure we keep enjoying those benefits, we will continue to work against attacks on the internet's architecture and operations, whether that be attempts to stop the internet working for some people or attempts to control critical tools like strong end-to-end encryption. Now, in order to achieve these goals for the internet, we also have to recognize something else that is important for internet governance discussions. Many of the topics that face us today are presented as internet governance issues but they are actually other political issues in disguise. For instance, consider again the issue of fake news or various kinds of bad information, including active disinformation campaigns that circulate online. In public debates today, this is often treated as a pure internet phenomenon. Yet Plato discusses the ethics of a leader lying to the population in the Republic, which dates from roughly 375 BCE. The 20th century was full of propaganda that was pumped out through radio and film long before the internet was invented. The history of the middle of the 20th century would be a very different one if it had not been for propaganda ministries. What might be different about these issues and the apparent on the planet, even if it seems to be from your neighbor? Some people also say that the speed of information spread is new. For my part, I think that speed alone is not the main issue, but certainly the internet provides for efficient information dissemination. But regardless, these are fundamentally details in a much larger political story, one that involves a lot of people seeking easy narratives to explain complex problems of our world. Perhaps unsurprisingly, telling ourselves that swirling mistrust in political authority is all the fault of the internet is itself an example of this kind of simple-minded stories, and they cannot be addressed through simple 1800 to 1900 in a period that Sorbonne has called the age of heroic commerce. Companies such as the Dutch and English East India Companies and the Hudson's Bay Company ruled vast swaths of the world population, basically without any government involvement. Some of those companies became so large and so economically important that they came to threaten their home countries that were too big to fail. Charles E. Wilson, speaking when he was being confirmed as the United States, thought what was good for our country was good for General Motors, and vice versa. Things are by design to become big and commercial. It's important to remember that people in remote and rural locations can get anti-suicide support, can find help with their homework, and can find markets for their goods using social media. No, the easy answers are no help to us. What we need now is a movement around the world to ensure that the internet remains a tool for all of us. It is a tool that allows the powerless to speak without obtaining permission from the powerful. It is a tool for economic development, for social solution to every human problem, neat, plausible, and wrong. Certainly, we must govern the internet responsibly. Thank you very much.
Putting us at the forefront of technologies ranging from satellites to AI and 5G that are central to the digital economy, digital revolution, driven by great divides identified by the UN Secretary General in his recent address to UN General Assembly, and connect the half of humanity. This pandemic, we must ensure that all economies can overcome the remaining barriers to connection, especially in the developing world, and by driving competitiveness, not just for individual businesses, but for the whole world economy. This is just one of many areas where we can work together to leverage the power of ICTs for the common good. COVID-19 has stalled or reversed many of the development gains that have been made before the pandemic, further undermining progress
que reconvertirnos de la parte de ser un evento presencial a hacerlo de manera virtual. El año pasado realmente fue muy bueno, aunque realmente fue...
Like to welcome all the interns and the ICT ministry for giving us the chance. Thank you very much. And let's have a wonderful week. Thank you very much, Adrienne. And let me reiterate that it's been great for Colombia is a different host. Before 2012, we had Colombia. We had 200 attendees coming from all the regions of Colombia and Latin America, and social network participation. We have been trending topic over the last years, so I would like to commend you for the RS and the social media sector for communicating this in the social media. And this has been great for us. Colombia 2012 has been a before and after event. We kept the remote participation and we were present in social media. And right now, it's more commonplace. We have the YouTube channel with all the pre-recorded or the recorded videos, but in the past it was different. I also would like to welcome all the interns. Let me for all the stakeholders. We're all sharing information, and it's been great. We had the chance to share documents shared because everybody has experience in different fields. In the YouTube channel, we're broadcasting this live in Spanish and English. It's going to be recorded in both channels, and then we're going to split all the speeches in Spanish and English, and we are going to divide all the presentations for your reference. Also, we have a solar application that is going to be in the website and on over the internet. You're going to see the material, the agenda, the hyperlinks to the presentations and PowerPoints, and also to the worldwide figures and experts that we have in the agenda. 5 and Argentina -3, okay? And let me acknowledge Isabel and her team. I'm gonna miss you guys after this week because we called each other for the last weeks to organize this conference. So my greetings, my acknowledgements to Isabel, Daniel, Ingrid, Paola, Ingrid, Maria, Azulma, Zulma, and Johnny as well. And Janet, that was the leading that team together with Isabel. My greetings to all of you, and hopefully we're going to have a very positive week that is going to serve to consolidate a better development for the internet for our precious region that has suffered so much with this pandemic. However, hopefully the pandemic is gonna help us recover from the pandemic. We're going to resume our sessions at 1 o'clock Argentine time with, yes. And let me tell you also that we're very happy, we're very glad, and we take pride in with Colombia. In particular, our acknowledgments to Oscar that has been here for 6 years. It was an unprecedented initiative for all of us. After discussing, seeking support is not easy, and that's why we're able to an event. Thank you very much. October 8th, that is Friday, and please invite other colleagues to join us in the 13th edition of the South School of Internet on Internet Governance 2021 online. Use the hashtag that we have, that is SSIG 2021, that are near IG Lab. Thank you to follow us on Facebook as the link is going to be addressed in 1 hour. Thank you very much.
Buenos días nuevamente.
Hi, everybody from Argentina. Welcome from Buenos Aires. We continue with our next speakers for the SSIG. And before handing over to our next speaker, our expert, I would like to remind everybody who's connected, who was asking all kinds of questions. The online agenda is for Colombian time, okay? Because they're the hosts. So if you're in Argentina, you have to add 2 hours. If you're in Ecuador, it's the same as Colombia. In Brazil, it's the same as Argentina. So please, you have to check what time it is, okay? Today it's 1 o'clock in Argentina, 11 o'clock in Colombia. Without further ado, we're going to present Micaela Sanchez Malcolm, innovation staff in Argentina, important role to play. And the many things she does in the government is to head up an initiative which we think is really interesting, and particularly for me, because it's something I've been working, which is on that are technology related in technology of women in key roles in technology companies. And at one point, I was heading up a working group for women engineers, which was called Watchmen, that there are opportunities in technology, programming, STEM, and there are lots of opportunities to be had, and also very interesting career initiative that Michaela has been developing. Welcome. Can you hear us, Michaela? Thank you for joining us today. I know you're very busy at the moment, but it's wonderful that you can join us today. And welcome to the latest edition, edition number 13 of the SSIG. We have some 500 in us because now we're online and we have translation as well. So lots of people have joined us today. Welcome. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes, great. Great. It's an honor to be here with you today. So you were just saying what happens to and their projection. Young women, girls, universities, their links to key roles in STEM areas. The latest report produced by UNESCO says that 34% of women are researchers. So we're clearly quite a way behind. Now, in the Argentine context, women students in STEM subjects are barely 30% of the student body. This has to do with the origin of training itself, with the space they occupy at work, and also how women and other genders relate to all the issues that are related to technology and STEM subjects. So in this context, we need to give great importance to taking measures and developing public policies. And in fact, 5 months ago, women's learning and studies careers on a public-private partnership is something that we feel would guarantee access for all the territory, ensuring that the corporate side, the academic sector would participate with the state so that we can take the initiatives necessary. Some of the initiatives I'm going to be talking about, so that you could, which I will share in a minute, so that you can consult them online and find out more about the center, have to do with the Amazon web service, which is for universities, to explain, to train people about the cloud, basically, how these works, and to administer data. Then we have our chats, which we hold together with Microsoft and the International Third Tertiary Education Institute. It's called DigiGirls. It's for adolescents, teenagers at technical schools throughout the country. And there are also some introductory talks about development sciences. We're working with Nokia Educatic to work with women and diversities in ICT related issues. We're working with Facebook as well, which is a little bit softer, which has to do with digital and marketing tools to encourage diversities, to access these, and to know how to use social networks to promote themselves professionally. We're working with Huawei. There are over 2,000 grants for teachers and university students to understand how to work with big data and AI. Then there are some workshops which are closely linked to professional development, which we're doing with the Telefonica Foundation. And through Loan, we are working on big cybersecurity with Globant to help to train women in STEM and cybersecurity to enable women to access these courses. These are also being articulated with a number of other initiatives being developed by the state. And the point about this center is to launch different kinds of training courses, but also, we're also putting together a data observatory to monitor the effective involvement of diversities in ITC issues. And we rely on the CONICET and different research institutes and census. And we want to create a multifaceted approach to this. We have the commitment of the state, we have training provided by from the academic institutes. Then there are internships in the private sector. This has to be a very important from a federal point of view because it has to reach the entire country. We also want to give scientists and people working in academia to contribute to these opportunities that we're creating for women. So I'll stop sharing here. And we're going back to the main screen. So that's what we're promoting from the Technology Gender Center at the Public Innovation Subsecretariat. We are continually developing new training courses with a group of professional women with different expertise. And we're also developing an initiative which we're trying to work with all the ministries to develop this. And we think it's very important to say thank you at this point to all of those who are working with us. And I'm also grateful to have the opportunity to tell you about this. We give great importance to this. And we're trying to create a multidisciplinary area to involve the state, the private sector, because this is important for the state to promote training in the right way. I have a few questions actually for you and also some from the interns. Where should people, who should people contact to have access to these grants, to these training courses? Is there a web page? Argentina.gov.ar is the official government site, and that's where all our public policies are posted. But I'm going to share on the chat now the specific address. It's on the chat now so everybody can share. We have lots of different training courses which are open. There is no limits. There are a few grants which are more specifically oriented to informatics or university degrees or leveling. But it's actually quite a diverse offer that we offer today so that we can ensure that everybody can take part in the training courses from the more basic ones to the more specific ones, regional level, so that we can articulate our gender agenda with other countries in the region. We have obviously colleagues in Spain. I know that our interns can't see the chat, but I promise to share this with everybody. And then I want to ask you about your role as the Secretary of Public Innovation. Our theme today, economic recovery. In terms of the region, how do you think technology can help us to drive the economy, as it's been a little bit held back by, all these closures because the pandemic, when it started last year, what it showed, and much more crudely, was the need. Obviously, we are looking at connectivity in terms of devices, permits, to understand what the status of different countries were, to remote medicine, access. It's an essential public service, and that's one of the things that Argentina has been working on in a regulatory area to ensure access to connectivity for all citizens. Also, if we look at investments, the state has increased its level of investment in infrastructure through different organizations and plans, from free access, technologies related to education, different kinds of plans, cards for connectivity, non-refundable awards and grants. And from the Innovation Secretariat, we've also been working on a key investment plan for public companies for satellite development and to increase the current capabilities, because we're looking at expanding 4G with a strategic planning to collaborate with all the provinces throughout the country to improve connectivity and at people's homes, reinforcing satellite communications for healthcare centers, activity throughout educational centers, so that children can have the access. There's still a lot to be done, but we're staying on top of things. We know that there's a lot to be worked on yet, particularly in the aspect of equality, also in the more rural areas, and particularly where there are countries that are as big as Argentina, Brazil. We have our own set of challenges, as well as being a regional challenge when it comes to growth as a region in terms of improved connectivity. You asked me about economic development, and clearly the possibility of helping to drive regional and national economic growth is closely linked to better connectivity conditions and better infrastructure. So the work that is aligned with with the Gender Center in Technology. For many years, I wanted to be developing this area. So I think yours is a fantastic role, and I'm very pleased to see how the state is driving this, and also the people working with you and all these training courses you're developing. I think they're fantastic. I hope it's something that expands throughout the region. And if there are perhaps any other countries that are interested, they could contact you to share ideas and experiences. So we'll continue in touch virtually, I hope, today and in general. No, thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'll share you the G plus T. If you look up G plus T, you'll find it. Kinds of ideas. Who are behind this, working hard.
We have a book. You can download it for free. Right now, an expert that is
talking about the post-COVID environment, although I'd like to spend some time on the current COVID environment, because the internet has had a great role to play during the course of this pandemic, and I believe it will have a significant role to play once this pandemic subsides, and concomitant with good quality video interaction. But a great many people around the world have been able to do that. I think it's also very important to recognize that not all work can be done remotely, and there are many jobs that require proximity to the beneficiaries of that job, whether it's getting a haircut or medical services and other kinds of, working on various manufacturing operations, all of which tend to require that somebody be physically present somewhere. Data center operation a lot like that. So not everything can be done remotely, but a lot of things that would have been thought to be impossible or at least inadvisable are being done in a remote. Seeing very heavy use of streaming video, typically going in one direction towards the consumer, and typically coming from content distribution networks that had copied the arrival of this pandemic, and that allowed for synthesis of a response, of vaccines in response, far more quickly than has ever been done before in the past. We're talking about less than a year to go from having the genetic sequence of the virus to having able to support the data transfer and discovery of the necessary information. Another thing, sensors in order to capture state information and send that about your metabolism and send that to the doctor. So the idea of being able to use mobiles as part of e-commerce as well as a diagnostic tool is quite dramatic. I would say that we discovered that the online environment is a possible substitute for travel, at least for a great deal of travel, which is these video conference meetings. There's also a fairly clear hazard which this online medium has introduced, and that's the whole problem of misinformation, disinformation, spam, all kinds of other potential hazards. This is sort of like Pandora's, both to recognize the diversity of the ills that have come out of that box, and also the diversity of responses that we can have in order to offset their pernicious effects. So misinformation and disinformation, propaganda, and spam and things like that are invited by these online platforms, partly because the identity of the parties is not necessarily well known, and so it's clearly understood that when people think nobody knows who you are, that people tend to do things that they would not do in person or in a way that would identify them. So I think I want to urge you to think a little bit about the Pandora's box and what other kinds of ills may come out of that as we move people online onto the network. I think I also want to recognize that the internet has per student as the cost of the residential setting. We're talking $5,000 instead of $50,000 a year. And this is partly a consequence of the high quality of the content that's been assembled and then organized so that it can be taken in a remote class setting. I think I also want to draw your attention to the fact that the supply chains of the world have become increasingly dependent on the use of internet in order to place orders and confirm them and make payment for that matter. However, it's very important to recognize that the supply chains that we use today have a certain brittle character to them. And when they don't work very, very poorly, or they don't work very well. The important part here is to recognize that we need to build in more resilience in this backbone network. That sometimes means essentially preparing to lose communication capability and to store things in the network until the communications capability is back, or to have pre-positioned equipment that will allow for rapid recovery of the loss of infrastructure. Of course, if you have no infrastructure to begin with, then you wouldn't worry about this. But in fact, this is a big issue, and that is getting more infrastructure built around the world where it isn't, and to identify where in the world it isn't in accurate terms so that we know where rebuilding is needed, what the costs are going to be, who the beneficiaries will be. Meaning that we will suffer from lower and lower quality information in this online environment, and that will inhibit our ability to make good use of it. So let me close by pointing out that the internet has been an instrument of great scientific discovery, and that's probably among the various things we must preserve as much as we can, is the content that allows people to make those discoveries, to solve problems, to find vaccines. What kinds of effects are we trying to accomplish when we share these common infrastructure to build the internet as we know it. So I'll stop there and thank you very much for listening and hope that
I just wanted to bring to your attention might emerge when you have all these different people accessing internet. There's obviously greater risks, fake news, disinformation, spam, ransomware, hacking, this business about the digital identity, basically all of these issues. He summarized it in 15 minutes. It was amazing. We are going to be covering all about education and internet, about what happens with. See you soon.
Hola, de vuelta desde Buenos Aires.
Hello and welcome back from Argentina, Buenos Aires. We're moving on with our program, and today I'd like to present you a really interesting subject. This is a very interesting panel which was proposed to us by Telefonica. When we began this project back in 2007, I think it was when we started to draw up this project. And nobody ever thought then that we would make this happen. Nobody saw much sense in it. And there were a few companies that gave us their support at that time. Maybe it was a little bit bold, certainly very visionary of them. One of them was Telefonica, so I will always be grateful to them and Microsoft and companies from also from the Netherlands, in fact, who've provided their support. We're very grateful, in particular to Telefonica for that first support they gave us. And then obviously, you know, a lot of water has flowed under the bridge. We've got so many things to talk that happened since then. But believing in a new project is so important for the person leading it. And without further ado, I'd like to present to you our two experts, Ana Valera, who is the Director of Regulatory Affairs for Latin America, and Teresa Gomez, who is the Chief Executive Director of Internet for All. They're going to be telling us about this really interesting project, which is changing the face of connectivity in Peru. It's a joint project between Telefonica and Facebook, which has also been working with the SSIG for several years. Ana and Teresa. Ana, I think you're in Madrid, and Teresa, you're in Lima, is that right? Welcome to both of you to the SSIG. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's an invitation to allow us to share our ideas, our experience about how we see the digital divide in Latin America. Can you share my presentation? So the first slide, next slide. If we see what's been happening in the last 20 years in the region, obviously there's been huge advances in the extension of services to rural areas, but we still have a long way to go. When we look at the mobile world with information from the GSMA, there are 40% of people, nearly 60%, who are living in rural areas. How do we close that digital divide? And also, when we look at how people who live in urban areas are using internet, we see throughout all countries that there is a major gap between internet users in urban areas and those in rural ones. Although this has been a very important job that's been doing, that the governments and carriers have been doing, there is still a major challenge ahead. Now, what we're doing from Telefonica and what we believe is that public policies are critical to attracting the investment necessary to help to deploy and take these services to rural areas. We want to achieve different results. It's really difficult to get to these areas because that's where we need to take the services. It's all very well to talk about developing connectivity in more accessible areas, but in order to reach the more complex ones, we must come up with different models. Moving on to the next slide, what is Telefonica doing, and what do we think this new model should be to close the digital divide? This model has been based so far on innovation. Innovation from the technological point of view and an operational one as the business model. It has to be a model which makes the most of new technologies and new business models so that this new one really works. It has to be a collaborative model which allows the efforts made by the public and private agents to come together. We're looking at the private sector, looking at NGOs. We need to move together so that the projects can be properly developed. And in third place, these have to be sustainable projects from a financial point of view. because financial sustainability has already been put into practice and it's working. This is a model that we have launched successfully, Internet para Todos, Internet for everyone, with different partners. We're working with Facebook Connectivity and also with the Latin American Development Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. So today I'm delighted to be able to share this with Teresa Gomez to tell us her experience of how the Internet for Everything is developing and share us why Telefonica believes that this is a model that can be replicated throughout the region. Teresa, over to you. Thank you, Anna. Is that we've come across, and as you said, the most important thing, America, in those areas where the digital divide is so important. Now, as you'll see, this is a model that works, and it's already producing results. Internet for everybody is a reality. It's a company. It's a mobile communications operator, and very few people can actually say this, but it was born as something very specific, turning benefits in rural areas as in urban areas to contribute to overall development. After seeking partners, because Telefonica recognized that it couldn't do this by itself, a deal with roles. Telefonica obviously put all of their assets, their stations, and in all the rural areas, and of course all of its technical know-how. Facebook is providing technical expertise and the development bank, obviously. But the idea is that everybody shares the same objective because through connectivity, we can truly achieve development. What was the opportunity that we saw? Obviously, there were 6 million people who did not have connectivity or very bad connectivity. It's obviously a great opportunity, concomitant with an awful lot of challenges. Very low density populations. But that was also an opportunity for us because we knew that we had to do things differently. In Peru, there is a law which was launched in 2013. It was a rural mobility law, which was promoted precisely because it was a way of extending coverage to rural areas. So we accompanying that concession in order to develop our own model, which is a network as a service. But the idea is that we are in a rural mobile infrastructure operator, allowing us to offer all the mobile infrastructure in these zones and offered it in a neutral way to all the cooperatives in Peru. This is where we break the first paradigm. Although Telefonica is a partner, the infrastructure is shared with the operators, the carriers, such as Telefonica, but also Claro or Intel or other ones. And that's where we achieve an economy of scale because we don't have to figure out how we deal with different infrastructure belonging to different companies. It was obviously going to make things a lot easier. We have to be innovative when it comes to our models. We believe in open ecosystems so that we have a greater number of suppliers. And when we do, and achieve sustainability. By 2021, this right-hand side, you can see those deployments have leveraged on regional projects for the universal services, which I've mentioned, provided by the state. One of the suppliers is we have reached 500,000 people through the allies of the state, because we have exactly the same objective, which is to reduce the digital divide. We've also become a strategic partner of the carriers in Peru because we are the way of efficiently and sustainably extending coverage to rural regions. And that's important because in barely 2 years, we have Telefonica, who's our main first client, but we are also providing services to Intel. Those 1,800 sites where Telefonica provides sites, there are 900 sites where Intel is also providing services. Our next step is to get Claro on board, the third carrier with whom we are negotiating so that we have deployed in the country. There are places where we can't reach by ourselves, despite the new technologies and all our models. Even though we're using this shared infrastructure, so what we're doing, because there are places which we can't reach, but whether they are just incredibly remote or because services in rural areas. Now, this is a terrific advance because the sites which were selected by the state were exactly those areas which we couldn't reach. And Internet for Everybody is building 50% of the sites defined by the state. And we are working with our cooperatives and our clients, such as Telefonica, in order to reach very small areas. So we're hoping that this is going to continue next year. Another one of the projects which is emblematic are education. The state has a specific educational project to provide chips in rural areas. And thanks to the fact that we had expanded our 4G perimeter, part of the deliveries of these chips meant that we could offer many tablets through our sites thanks to our deployment. We also have power to connect and things like iPads. So it was a very complete program. And also in terms of social responsibility, we have a digital platform called Escuelita IPT, where we are making available to the different communities free courses, where we're sure that this can provide them with a very concrete value added, because we're training people in areas that we believe are important for their local development, whether it's education, financial inclusion, general digital literacy. We are showing that it is possible to achieve a digital inclusion in a system. When we turned up, our aim was to connect 6 million people, and we still have a lot of people to connect, but we continue work. We want to continue need technologies which are adapted to these new scenarios in rural areas and which also have to be scalable over time. We're working with Microsoft on TVWS, white space. We're carrying out a pilot project in Peru, which is going to be working with our 4G sites. It's going to be a carrier, basically. Then we have the HAPS. There are many areas of the rainforest in Peru which need another technical solution. So we're not looking at, because terrestrial transport isn't possible and satellite is really expensive. So we're looking at other options. Technology is so important here. And another aspect is that we need to free up all the resources possible for investments, particularly in rural areas. We want to encourage the use of internet for everybody through regional projects, but we are seeking to get them to allow us to use other regional projects to leverage this, projects which perhaps aren't finished, but which we believe can be used to develop our projects with a different regulatory context. particularly in the post-pandemic. There are kids, for instance, up to the state, because we as the private sector also know how to do this. We have to use costs and make it easier to reach these communities. It means giving grant of us, and we know where we have to carry on working, but we know we're on the right path. And we're sure that this can be replicated. There's no doubt about that in other countries throughout the region where there is a major digital divide. So, over to the questions now.
Excellent, Teresa and Anna. I took some notes and I'm sure that you're going to take some questions and there are some comments as well. I have worked in telecommunications for many years and I like the concept of shared infrastructure that has become so important for cost optimization and to leverage the existing infrastructure. Not necessarily has been that easy in Latin America, especially with the cellular towers, to share data. Infrastructure was difficult. I took part in the installation of setting up these facilities in Argentina, so I celebrate this concept of sharing infrastructure. I believe that this is key for the Latin American economy that is the motto of this 5-day edition, 11th edition of the SSIG, especially because of the importance of the rural sector for a region which economy is based upon agriculture and livestock. And I believe that this is happening. There are many comments and some questions. So if you can close something that we need to pursue in Latin America to reach those rural sectors. So I commend you because of your excellent work. Juan de Gonzalez asks, what are the technologies that can contribute to reach those users that are in the jungle? I think that Teresa said this. So it's a question for Teresa. Very interesting proposal, somebody says here. If you can, if this can be seen as, and also they are asking you in what ways this could be replicated in other areas. From what I've seen, Peru was taken as a leading case or a pilot project in Latin America. And I would like to know if you have considered to expand to other countries in the region. Yeah, I can take that question if you want to. The answer is yeah. As a matter of fact, as Teresa said, the reason why Telefonica started this pilot project, and we believe that it could be exportable to other regions as well. Obviously, some countries require specifications in the regulations to facilitate the development of other operators or carriers, so they can act as a carrier that provides services not to the final client, but the final client still lies in the mobile carrier, okay? Especially in the retail sector. Teresa, the floor is all yours. Yeah. I would like to take some of the questions, especially what Anna just said, that is very important. One of the most important costs for carriers is the purchase of that spectrum. And it doesn't have any spectrum in this case because we borrow the spectrum from the carrier's location. And indeed, a carrier is not distinguished or differentiated with another in terms of infrastructure, but by the services they provide or the customer service they provide or how they approach clients. So this is important when we share infrastructure. So carriers know to know this full well. I mean, suppliers are going to end up being the same suppliers, so which are not the clientele. So the spectrum results into that benefit. Occitel now, that was the other question, requires information from us. And in a way, we are required by the carriers to provide a quality service to them because indeed they need to respond to Occitel. So we comply with the contracts that we have with our clients, and carriers know full well what are the KPIs that we need to comply with. So if they have coverage issues or not, and is what I was saying, the regulator, we have requirements to comply with, and you know, anything that has tests with the loom hubs on field work right now. We did some testing and sampling, and then we made progress with the technology from end to end, and that resulted in important progress that was made. Unfortunately, the state did not support that. I don't know if they did if because of the standards that they had in place at that time or because they didn't reach the connection or connectivity levels or the 4G bandwidth that was required. Many challenges. There are issues with connectivity in the jungle, and I know that it is very, very difficult. And I believe that those were the questions that they asked. Are there any pending questions? Are there any other comments? There's a tsunami of questions, and I know that the comments have been very, very positive so far in connection with both presentations. I know that it's very, very good for small companies. Patricia Perdomo asks, how do you manage the infrastructure for the new? But indeed, however, the carrier keeps the contact and the connection with the final users. And I think that has to do with downtime, and final users are still their networks demonstrate that that responsibility is totally shared and it goes hand in hand with the carriers. So, Teresa, lastly, because I know that there are 500 interns across Latin America, so we really pay attention to that, and that is trackers. And it's not only that we are arguing that, but also we have this confidence with them in technology infra projects where your drives of Open Run but extends over the end-to-end telecommunication network, because in that way we are going to ensure this. That needs to be enabled because we need to develop the technology even further. So laboratories are very important. Excellent. Thank you for being the cross-functional aspect of this initiative. Hopefully it's going to be replicated among many, many other countries in Latin America. There's passion in order to connect the jungle and some of these remote sites. Let's go for 10 minutes.
Hola, de vuelta desde aquí.
Hello and welcome back. However, she's had a problem on her agenda, and you've seen today there's all sorts of things that aren't working. Well, that's kind of life, isn't it? Online event, internet doesn't work. So we have her advisor who will be joining us today to talk about internet in Latin America, who will be replacing her because she's just got a problem on her schedule. So I'd like you to welcome Eric. Eric, are you joining us? Hi, Eric, and welcome to the South School of Internet Governance. We know that the minister, we were just informed that she had a problem on her schedule for today, but we're very grateful that you've been able to join us in her stead so swiftly, really. And welcome. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm sorry that the minister had a problem at the last minute, but I'm all yours. Well, thank you very much for joining us today. As you know, this event has been held for many years now in Latin America. We've never actually hosted it in Ecuador, so maybe that's an interesting idea. Perhaps we could host it in Ecuador. We've been doing this virtually for the last couple of years because of all the limitations and restrictions on travel and in-person meetings because of the pandemic. But we hope that next year we will go back to in-person meetings. We have with us today interns from all over Latin America and the world, and we have simultaneous translation into English and Spanish, which expands our frontiers. Once again, thank you very much and welcome. Could you share your see? We have specific information about what happened to us in the pandemic. It's took the world by surprise. But as you know, all problems lead to strengths and crises lead to opportunities. And we learned to deal with this health problem through internet and through technology. A role, very key role that internet played at regional and international economic level. According to the World Bank, we in Ecuador we had several net losses of $0.7 billion in the public and private sectors in the terms of the work to address the post-COVID recovery. All of the cost was of nearly $17 million, a drop in GDP of 6.4% from March 2020, and that's 78% corresponding to the private sector. The key contribution made by ICT to society can be seen during the pandemic, that because of the social distancing for the last year and a half, access to internet allowed people to continue working from home, education, entertainment. And here you can see the current situation in our country because of all the issues of connectivity and access to technology. In 2020, the number of people using internet increased by 11.5%, and 10.5% are living in the urban area and 14 in the rural area. This is from the Equatorial Institute. In terms of access to internet and connectivity, we have 139,754 kilometers of fiber optics, and we have information about all the access to terminals such as the different devices and telephone mobile devices. Connectivity plays a key role in education in this context. We have over 12,000 educational institutions, and 36% of these have access to connectivity, while 64% does not. Of the 4,465 education educational institutions connected, 40 are urban and 60% are rural. Those without connectivity, 37% are urban and 63% are rural. The actions that we've taken over the last 100 days, well, we've been working as a government. We took office 100 days ago. We're delighted to say that we delivered connectivity 40 new parishes which had no previous connectivity of any kind. And for the rest of 2021, we will be adding another three to that number. The first year of government, we will increase connectivity to the 17 new parishes, and we're looking to extend this to another 17. We are taking this, upping the coverage of national parishes, which is in quite an ambitious way. And we're focusing on rural communities with limited access. The priorities are to continue working to take most of the country to 4G coverage. We have 15 new sites in our coverage. It's quite an extensive job that we're undertaking. And we have 886 Wi-Fi hotspots, free Wi-Fi hotspots over the road network. Now, how have info centers supported education during the pandemic, and what will this be like in the future? Basically, during the pandemic and the post-pandemic, access to ICTs has been critically important in rural areas and in marginal urban areas, particularly which are these that have less access. So during the quarantine, info centers were the only way in which lots of students could access internet and get their education, as well as asking questions and doing their homework and finding out about all the ICT kind of courses and resources that they could access. So what is an info center? These are centers where all kinds of information and connectivity is available, particularly in rural areas. It's like a point where there is nothing in the Amazon, there is an info center to provide these services to neighboring communities. That's what the info center does, beyond providing other basic services. So they're kind of meeting points, really. Many teachers also go to the info centers to get trained. And the portfolio we're providing at this point is quite broad, so that we can meet all the needs for digital training that our community has. Access to new know-how, which is the challenge facing teachers. And our idea is to help them so that they can in turn help children in to overcome the barriers of non-presentiality in the classroom. We're allowing them to make the most of technological resources and learn about programming as well. Electronic government, e-government, bringing services closer to citizens. Internet has to be a tool of economic recovery. Since from Intel, what we're doing is trying to foster the better use of ICTs by bringing the state closer to the citizens through digital channels to meet their needs and demands and promote citizens' participation and ensuring the better use of public resources to guarantee transparency and foster greater trust in the institutions. In the pandemic, Ecuador undertook a number of actions to improve the provision of services, including technological tools to help people access bureaucratic procedures. These were simplified, document management. We have a complete e-government platform to automate payments and all kinds of things that have to do with the citizens' interaction with the public administration. There are different booths making available this information throughout urban centers. We massified the use of e-signatures as the exchange of information, and also public information was done exclusively through um, emails. So we've, for instance, all the different ways that people can make payments are also being automated, shifting away from having to queue to make manual payments to being able to do this online. We also have an app which can be deployed on all smartphones where you can find your digital documents like driving licenses. You don't have to wander around with a physical driving license, but you can use your digital one, and it's absolutely valid throughout the country. Basically, that's our presentation. We also wanted to say that the economic crisis engendered by COVID also showed us the potential of connectivity. The time has come to ensure that ICTs are available and accessible to everybody. As a government, we recognize that ICTs are a source of opportunities for economic growth and development. And to accelerate this growth, it is imperative that citizens are able to access digital services by the expansion and universal citizens. Thank you very much. Gosh, few questions. I don't have any information about what's going on at the moment. I know there's stuff going on, but as I'm here, I just don't have any information. People have been asking me. So I have two comments from the interns who say in Ecuador lately there was a ransomware attack, a malware, which has been mutating for many years now. Recently, in April or July last year, we had the latest variation. All publications these days are very vulnerable. Everybody is very vulnerable, and particularly in Ecuador, because it's the second country in Latin America to get the most attacks of all kinds, in fact. Ransomware, what it does is exploit vulnerabilities within our systems, whether there's our software, within the operating system. We have a cybersecurity policy, which we are strengthening and deploying, and we have an information security setup which is directed at certain domains. So a company, if it is being hacked, we have to be able to identify the risks within its assets, know how to back it up, and ensure that the services it provides can have continuity. So this is how we're deploying our policy. And also at a personal level, the Vice Minister, the Undersecretary, and me, we are going on technical visits to companies to make sure that all these measures are being implemented. So we're being really quite strict. We're keeping a very tight handle on cybersecurity in our country, and there will be many changes in the next few days, which the citizens will be able to appreciate. Now, as for the second question, which had, within this framework, there are many have developed a national indicator to index penetration. Connectivity doesn't just mean that everybody can access internet, because people also need the right kinds of devices, whether they're fixed or mobile, to be able to access internet. And at the moment, our baseline index is 22% of connectivity per home. I would like to share this information with you, but we're still reviewing it. Definitively, this is within our sectoral plan and our institutional plan to increase penetration, internet penetration. Thank you, Eric. Do you have just a couple more minutes? These are similar to the ones that I wanted to ask you. One question is, thank you very much. From your experience, how have you What has your experience been like with the ISPs at your info centers? In Colombia, sometimes the speed isn't great. The other question, how much in percentage rates, how much have these info centers helped to reduce the digital divide? Do you still continue to train educators in the ICTs, and how are you controlling the use of platforms within education? Then there's a comment, not a question. This is an absolutely public state initiative, has always been one. Now, what we have been doing recently with the Ministry of Education has been to work on this with a view to developing the further access to more info centers. There's been an issue with provincial governments, but what is improving on the basis of our changes is that this the project is designed to keep our 886 info centers up to date, and our academic offer is changing very quickly. We used to have 2 or 3 academic suppliers who are providing services free of charge. Now we have 10 partners providing services, Microsoft, Oracle, with different kinds of partnerships, as well as partnerships with academia. I think Google is also, and Amazon are also taking part. So the offer, the academic offer has changed at the moment. A person who wants to learn another language, that, because the areas where access to Spanish, and now we're actually teaching people English too. So our info centers will be teaching people English. So that offer has changed a great deal recently. There are other mining and oil companies are getting involved too, who are providing support to help improve infrastructure or connectivity or providing us with computers. So we're getting these initiatives on board too, and that's helping. But administration as such, the management of the info centers, is run by the state, the central government, in fact. Regarding the comments about whether this is a human right, connectivity, yes, absolutely it is. Connectivity is a human right. It also is part, it is a basic service. And that is the way that we are dealing with this. The government, satellite technology, but when you are this info centers, right? I do have a question about terminology. The community, quite a large community in Argentina, a parish is a church. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you also for jumping in at the last minute to replace the minister who was unable to join us today, and we're most grateful to you. Thank you also for the information, which was extremely interesting, and I hope to meet you in person sometime when things get back to normal. Thank you once again. Bye-bye.
Sí, ¿ya estoy? Bueno, seguimos. Muy interesante, lamentablemente la ministra no nos pudo
Thank you very
acompañar.
much. Responsible for a clack message. Also, it is important to have the South School of Internet Governance given the situation that is so crucial for us what we have here. To speak of the internet and what happened during the pandemic and what is happening right now, the same goes for relations, productivity, interactions among countries, trade, production, and the welfare of an economy has most of the tools in the digital arena, especially in production, to have market access in e-commerce, to trade in welfare, to manage the pandemic in relations with to relate to one another and things like that. In ICLAC, we manage this effectively without delving into detail on how technology or IT is going to affect the production or productivity or the results of or the output of digital platforms, and how we are going to define the welfare status in terms of digital, because it has been crucial for welfare generation. One may require access, rights, transfers, but one thing is to have digital access, and another thing is reaching the population of the society. And this is clearly seen what is happening with informal sectors and with the most vulnerable sectors of society and with the families that they lack a gender base. So we need to restructure this and to analyze it with the new society. And there are some pillars that are fundamental. First is how we use data. Data and is related to building new markets. Having a platform to have digital access, it doesn't percent of the job creations we have. Another crucial aspect, population and women as well, we need to have equal opportunities. We want to provide equal opportunity in Latin America, like Canada, Mexico, have a public IP. Greater, if you don't have that, we're not going to attain the objectives that we desire. Along this line, I think these policies making these topics something special for public policy making. It's been great working with ICLAC and supporting your initiative, and hopefully we can reactivate this. ICLAC is going to be fully supporting this initiative. Alicia could not be here, so we're going to send you our regards on the part of the ICLAC, and ICLAC is the best and the single platform of development of equality, poverty, and the digital becomes a key part. Thank you very much, and thank you for attending this conference.
Very interesting what Mario was telling us. Thank you for your greetings. He said something that Vince Cerf also mentioned, the impact on productivity chains, on value chains, more intensive use of internet. I was reading the newspaper, there are far less containers involved now because the companies that were providing containers are no longer around. That is going to have a major impact on world trade. Some of the supply chains seem to have speeded up, others seem to have fallen apart. So what I did want to draw attention to is all the information that the ECLAC has. I asked them to send me links to some documents that I think would be interesting for you. Obviously, it's all in their archives, which are free access. One, they're all published this year. One is about the paradox of recovery in Latin America and the Caribbean. Growth and persistent study in the Caribbean, economic and e-employment, digital technologies, for instance. They're very interesting. I tend to refer to these a lot when I'm hearing from Bruno Ramos, for the Americas region. We'll be hearing from Bruno, who's our man in the ITU. So we'll see you shortly.
Aquí de vuelta desde Buenos Aires, Argentina.
Here we are from Argentina. Everybody's sending me messages and comments about this problem with internet that there's been at world level. I don't have very much information, but we're still there thanks to this amazing technical team that's working with us. Right. Moving on to our next presentation, I would like to present to you a great friend of our school, Bruno Ramos. He's a regional director of the ITU for the Americas region of the ITU. This morning we heard from the Secretary General, that was Malcolm Johnson, and now we're going to hear from Bruno. He lives in Brazil, but he speaks excellent Spanish. And he's always been a staunch supporter of our project from its very... Bruno, welcome. I haven't seen you in person for ages. I do hope you're well and that the pandemic has treated you as well as possible. Hope that we'll be able to catch up in person somewhere, sometime. But in the meantime, we'll carry on talking to you virtually on getting all these messages and questions. What's going on? The fact is, I really don't know what's happening. I hope that there will be some explanations over the day. Seems to have been a serious problem with many of internet services. Anyway, Bruno, welcome. Thank you for being with us once again. Adrian sent you a big hug. Come on, Adrian, come over here. Come and say hello. Hi, Bruno. Hi, how are you doing? Hi. Can you hear me? Yep, you look fine too. It's a pleasure to be here today. Yes, it is a very special day here too in Brazil. It's just chaos everywhere. All the services are down. Everybody wants to know what's going on. But anyway, Olga and Adrian, it's so great to be here with you today, virtually. It's an honor for me. I can share my screen, I think, actually. And that way I can comment it better. Okay. Just have to wait for my clock to stop chiming. Clock here. So I'm going to talk about the relationship between the international organizations and internet governance. I'm going to start by telling a little bit about the UIT, the ITU, because I know that lots of people who are using this space to learn about different organizations. So the ITU is a specialized agency of the United Nations. It's a little bit on the old side. I think it's like 156 years old. It was only after the creation of the United Nations in the 1946 when the ITU began to work together with it as one of the many agencies under its umbrella. So the ITU works with ICTs. Particularly, what I wanted to tell you is that I'm going to be talking about internet governance of the multiple agents involved. But I wanted to say that it's the setup of the ITU, a DNA, if you like, shows how we work with all the stakeholders. Like all UN agencies, we work with member states and governments. Today, we have 193 member states, but we work with them differently to other UN agencies, as we work very closely with the private sector and members of academia. We have over 700 members from the private sector, including regional and international organizations, and we have over 150 members from academia. And this shows us that the ITU also works in a way that tries to encompass all the visions of the ICT universe. I'm going to go a little bit faster now, just to give you an overview of the ITU. We have 3 sectors. Obviously, we work with the area where we actually started, which is radio communications. We manage radio frequency spectrum and all of the standards and regulations covering radio frequency, the definitions for radio frequency spectrum, satellite orbits, scarce resources. All of these are discussed at the ITU. We hold a conference every 4 years which deals regulatory aspects and particularly focuses on issues of spectrum. It's a treaty, actually. It's an international treaty where we define the specs for the use of the spectrum. And in the ITC sector, we work with Wi-Fi communications. Many countries in Latin America are already working on the offers of the spectrum for 5G on several bandwidths, the higher end as well as the lower one, 3.5 giga. All of those is being developed within this sector. Then we have the standardization sector, the second one, works with standards, coordinating standards. We have very broad-based discussions which deal with everything from the technical aspects of internet or the issues of new technologies, special applications, working on IPs. This is where we discuss standards. For instance, Internet of Things, all the part which has to do with connectivity in terms of networks, new applications, and the specific part relating to services and rates. All of this comes under the standardization sector. Finally, we have member states or from the private sector. So this is an overview of how the ITU works with the many different agents and actors involved. As I said, radio frequency, we have the standardization and operations and interoperability of technologies, and the development sector, where we also work to stimulate the social and economic aspects of development, as well as training. So in our offices, I am the director of the development office for the Americas. We have 4 offices in the Americas, the regional office, and 3 for South America, Central America, and the Caribbean. So that's our structure, basically. What we do a lot is training. We are partners with the SSIG. For us, they're a strategic partner and have been for a long time. And it's an honor to be able to work with associations to develop the capabilities of individuals and organizations. The ITU works a great deal in the area of enabling people to have access to the right kinds of tools. And we place a lot of importance on this. ITU also works in the radio and standardization aspect with working groups. We have study groups, each of which pursues a specific issue. I'm telling you this because all these issues are being developed around the subject of internet. So what's the main idea here? Today, in a little while, I'll talk about sustainable development. But all of these issues here, the reforms, regulatory policies, big data, sustainable cities, cybersecurity, smart cars, emergency communications, awareness, mobile communications, all of these issues can no longer be managed separately without dealing with how we deliver them to people. And this has to do with internet use. I said that today's issues are important. Now, why? And in the United Nations, they have their Sustainable Development Goals. And the idea behind this, they were set up in 2015, envisaging the 2030 agenda. We talk about the 2030 agenda. So ICTs are cross-sectoral. They cut across all of the objectives of the Strategic Development Goals. And in our presentation, you'll be able to see the SDG activities as they relate to each one of the SDGs. It is also the SDGs have to do with everything. So how can we understand the following? The SDGs and all of the activities that I mentioned that the ITU is involved with have to do with the telecommunications sector. Mostly, it's about delivering apps on internet. So how can we talk about this, for instance, if we're going to talk about reducing inequalities, economic development, all of this in one single entity or country, and from the point of view of this being a global agenda. After so many discussions, 2012 summit, when we talked a lot about internet governance, I think that after the SDGs were signed, we probably have a greater vision of how we can deal with the issues on the global agenda. I don't think that we can tackle the issue of sustainable cities in purely technical terms. We have to try and understand what the objectives are of each one of the economic agents involved. I think that we've seen a migration of the discussion, not just a discussion between multiple operators. 10 years ago, we were talking so much about the different entities involved in the ITCs, whether it was ICANN, ITU, governments of the more developed countries, governments of less developed countries. But today you can't split this up. If we're going to talk about these issues, we have to add as many with these the issues of efficient administrations and the need to tackle all of the issues which affect the communities. Internet governance is a development and application by governments, the private sector and civil society in their respective roles of shared principles, norms, rules, decision-making procedures, and programs that shape the evolution and use of the Internet. This is the main definition. This is from 2005. So we've had 16 years to see just how relevant and apropos this definition is. I said earlier about the SDGs, we need to be seeking to bring on board not only the sectors involved directly in the ICTs, but also all of the other sectors which have to do with society. I've just got a few minutes left, 12 minutes left. So I'm going to talk now about what Internet governance includes. Infrastructure, security, legal, economic development, social, cultural, and human rights. What are the options facing us here? We have 4 different kinds of approaches. This presentation will be available to everybody, but the idea is that how, after 15 years since we had that summit, 9 years since the 2012 summit, I believe that all the stakeholders, the multi-stakeholder approach, would be the best way of dealing with this, because otherwise we would not be possible to tackle all of these subjects. I think the message I would like to transmit to you today is that when we talk about Internet governance, we're no longer talking about some technological entity dealing with bytes and so forth. We are talking about people's lives. We're talking about the economy, for instance. We've had a global internet problem. Now, how can we verify what the impact that this has had on people's lives? More and more, we need to ensure that people have the capabilities to say what the social and development objectives are that we need to achieve with internet access. Very quickly, this is what we're doing at the ITU at the moment. There's a special working group, our council, which is covering public policies, international public policies related to internet. This group covers a lot of different subjects, such as actions on internet-related public policy issues, which has to do with how the governments should deal with public policy issues, traffic, access of people living with disabilities, how we build an enabling environment for access to the internet, the development aspects of the internet, what are the main aspects, for instance, like economic, social, or regulatory, particularly for developing countries, and how governments can help to promote the developmental aspects of the internet, and also the public policies related with OTT companies. All of these issues are dealt with by this group, where people and countries have access to discuss all of the subjects. from gender equality, for instance. We look at how internet is used to enable greater access by women and to achieve greater participation. All of these issues are covered by this working group, the study group, particularly the aspect of connectivity. What are the challenges and opportunities? What are the challenges? And which challenges are facing smaller countries, such as those that are landlocked? So they need internet in order to access the outside world. To wind up, I'd like to tell you a little bit about what we're doing in the development sector and how we are covering the main issues, particularly with the next conference, which it was going to be this year, but unfortunately it's been put back to 2022. So the discussions that I mentioned earlier about the ITU work, what I really want to talk to you is how we're working in the development sector, how we're developing the main issues that affect the world, how this relates to the access to applications. And that's something I wanted to talk to you about. Amongst the discussions that we're holding about how we're going to organize the development section to better tackle the specific issues today, when we're looking at the SDGs, for instance, and how we achieve those, all of the issues related to the ITCs, to ensure that all agents can become involved in the discussions. Because what we want to find out is what people think about the organization that we have at the moment. We're looking at connectivity, digital transformation, building an enabling environment, and the part about international cooperation. These are the four main organizational subjects that we are currently working on within the multiple agent structure, multi-stakeholder structure, so that all economic stakeholders can work together on these key issues which make up the SDGs. And these issues are on the agenda both for the public and the private sectors. Looking at connectivity very quickly, we're looking at future networks, safe infrastructures, the digital transformation, all the applications of digital services such as e-commerce, new jobs, innovation, climate change, healthcare, education, agriculture. So this is basically more horizontal. What are the enabling environment issues? This has to do more with data and market analysis, regulatory and public policies, digital inclusion, looking at persons with disabilities, financial inclusion, youth, gender issues, and finally capabilities and skills development. And the final thing is that we are seeking to find new partners for projects so that we can implement these changes together with other organizations. So I wanted to wind up my presentation with a message. this is kind of just a quick revisit of my presentation. When we talk about internet governance, when we talked about this 10 years ago, we were talking about technical things. After 10, 11 years, after 2010, today, we need to ensure that all economic activities are being tackled at the same time in the interest of promoting internet. We can't talk about development today without bringing all the stakeholders together to talk about the future. And specifically, to seek this. The implementation of the Sustainable Development Objectives goals, which are on our global agenda to treat internet, covers all of the stakeholders involved to ensure that everybody is heard when it comes to the implementation and development of a more inclusive world for everybody. Olga, that's my presentation. I don't know if that's everything that you want me to say in the time required. I think I have. So, if you have any questions, thank Olga. It's really, thank you very much. And I hope that we can soon see each other in person. Absolutely. I have some comments from the interns and some questions. If you have a couple of minutes. Here, Jorge Auden says, apparently you visited Dominican Republic and are interns to have more information about that. I know that there are people listening to us here who are from the NGO sector. I agree, actually, that this is a multi-stakeholder issue. Nobody can solve this on their own. We have to work together. So I think that your presentation is very clear on that the ITU has a role in bringing everybody together within the complex internet ecosystem, as you said, and on a particularly strange day when things aren't working properly. But here we are. So if you can tell us a little bit about cooperation and the system of universities, that would be great.
An initiative pursuing an actual impact in the companies that work for us or that work with us. In connection, these development activities let me tell that these development activities were not organized. With Doreen, we were pursuing projects or initiatives together with partners. And I believe that this is the best. And I believe that this is under discussion because what I presented is in sector, especially the regional offices, worked together with members in implementation, searching partners to find additional resources. The issue is to find financial resources, always. And I believe the idea is to partner with people to find the necessary resources to fund projects to have an impact over the members. Universities and training has become a priority for us, so we are reviewing the excellence centers. It's not a landmark, but I haven't dealt with the excellence centers, but we do have a network of excellence centers. Additional regional, in-person or face-to-face excellence centers for development. There's going to be an in-person meeting. That's what we discussed so far until October 4th. Yeah, it's going to be in person. We're going to hold an in-person conference, the first one. After 2 years of not having in-person conferences, it's going to be the access to we just send the invitations. So little by little, we're starting to hold this kind. And that is going to be in person in US. And before we have the standardization conference that is going to be held in Geneva, and that is going to be an in-person event as well. Okay, let's hope that we get to normality and we're having vaccines, especially with so many vaccines from different labs. Hopefully they get approved by the FDA and by all other regulatory agencies. Thank you for your time. I know that you're always willing to participate in all our conference. Regards to your team, and hopefully we can see in an in-person event, whether it is in Addis, in Geneva, Brazil, or Buenos Aires. Have a nice day, Bruno, and thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Okay, keep in touch. Thanks. Goodbye. We're gonna hold a 20-minute coffee break right now, and we're going to resume at 5 p.m. Argentine time, 3 Colombia, and we're going to be changing the topic of presentations. We're going to have 2 panels that are going to be very interesting. We have one panel that is on internet infrastructure and wireless services. Those are the next 2 panels that are coming up, so please do not leave. Stay tuned and let's resume in 20 minutes. Thank you.
María, necesito 5 minutos para acabar una reunión.
social media that is down, seemingly of ours. With Maria Jose, we shared a forum that is called ICT Girls. Later, we're gonna explain. And those are the IT technology girls that provide support to each other. And she's been so kind as being the moderator. So you guys can take them, okay? Thanks a lot. You're going to be in another Zoom session, so you're not going to see the questions. Thank you for in this annual conference. Olga said that I worked in AT&T, and as she said, I belong to the founding group of the ICT Girls, which is a women community, where we developed our careers in leadership and in decision making in companies in the sector. And our proposal was to network something that is paramount to pursue these opportunities to close the digital divide in Latin America. Without further ado, I will give the floor to Marilena Mendez, who's a friend of mine, a colleague of ours, member of the ICT Girls, member of ASIET. She's General Secretary. I am not going to be reading the CVs or the resumes because they are already published online. Marilena, the floor is all yours. Thank you, Maria Jose, invited me, and my regards to Olga and Adrian. Hopefully, a lot of challenges that leave us right now with the health crisis, the pandemic. And I'm sure that Alexandro is going to give us a lot of statistics. What I would like to point out is that from the very beginning, before the pandemic, we had a complex situation for implementing investment revenues. So during the pandemic, especially last year, it was a very, very critical year for us because people or carriers could not suspend services, cannot cancel subscription, they had problems with revenues, and they had to overcome many challenges because not only they had to support traffic highly concentrated in offices or office buildings, but also that traffic migrated to the households, to the residential area, and that implied to make the necessary adjustments in the node, the service in a situation, brought about by SMEs and small companies that obviously carriers. But despite all of this, we need to say that the essential services and connectivity were highly acknowledged. So that should be addressed as an incentive to connect those that are disconnected or to provide better connectivity to those that are connected. Now, given all these elements, it is important to say that even way before we had complex issues that are still present today. For example, the taxes on investments, because it's totally inconsistent to apply taxes or levy taxes on deploying this sort of infrastructure, and the difficulties in implementing or deploying infrastructure. Municipal, for example, obstacles or hindrances. Sometimes it takes 12 months to develop support infrastructure for some of the networks, which is totally inconsistent and is not in line with this service available for all. Also, the costly dynamics and measures, and also other work than other cost of that service. Was filed in Ecuador in eliminating that special consumption tax for mobile communications. Acknowledging this is a good signal because they should be improved. There are open discussions on taxes in Brazil that are in the unavailability of the spectrum for the mobile and for the internet, and it implies a recurring costs. For example, the Latin America cost for spectrum is very high. It even exceeds the developed countries in the European Union, where the average income is 3 or 4 times more the income per user that we have in Latin America. Another key aspect is that the internet is a high value added tax when we provide services to the population. It's not a resource that can be stored. So it doesn't make any sense to create scarcity, artificial scarcity. So if we do not have this spectrum available, it's worthless because we need to provide or to come up with these services. And that requires spectrum that needs to be effectively available, and the carrier cannot weigh many. All these elements increase cost indeed, and the essential thing here is that the is detrimental for also this is a source. I know that it's a source of income of spectrum and in the regulatory agencies, and to be the takeaways to walk towards closing this digital divide. Alejandro, I think that is going to continue. Alejandro Patiño, let me welcome him. He works in the ICT sector. He has authored and co-authored many publications, digital technology adoption, statistics, and he works at ICLAC. Alejandro, let me welcome you. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much to the organizers for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here at the 13th edition of the SSIG. And I'd like to say hello to everybody who's with us here, particularly those in Spain. Today, it's quite difficult to put the pandemic into context and to look at the ICTs and their contribution. But first, to give you background, Latin America was most affected by the pandemic. 30% of we have 30% of the total death toll attributable to Latin America and the Caribbean. And that has thrown into relief all the problems that we have in the region, the problems of lack of access to basic services, overpopulation. The pandemic has exacerbated all the structural problems that were really affecting the region. And when we talk about structural problems, we're talking about the informal sectors, inequality, underemployment, and underemployment and poverty. The crisis that hit the region was very severe, to close. And in 2021, we are seeing an uptick, some form of growth, but this is maybe a bit of a statistical uptick more than anything else, and other situations that have happened. GDP they had prior to the COVID-19, and it's that the low growth rates achieved are actually going to be overturned as we have so many structural problems to tackle. In this context, digital technologies are key, critical in fact, to solve structural problems, to achieve better jobs and a better and more complex economic composition. These instruments will not achieve the desired impact if we still have high levels of digital exclusion as we do in the region. The pandemic has thrown into relief the fact that we have huge number of the people who do not have access to digital services. A third of the population of Latin America do not have the economic conditions to allow them to become internet users. When we're talking about 30% of urban homes have limited connection, 32 million children under 12, that's 46% of all children, live in homes that have no. In order to allow digital technologies to really benefit the economies of the region, we're talking about greater transparency in terms of prices or services to end users. And this is a key issue. I think everybody's pretty much on the same page here. I'd like to talk about infrastructure. I'd like to say that I run a public internet organization which supports the development of communication and ICTs. It has the mission to promote the integration and development of telecommunications and to harmonize regulations in different countries in this matter and to take resolutions regarding compliance by different countries. The countries making up CONTELCA are Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, Dominican Republic, and Mexico. There we go. These are all our country members. This slide tells us about populations in the different country member states. Just to give you an idea of the number of people involved so that we can analyze internet penetration, which I'll be telling you about later. When it comes to users in Central America, Costa Rica, Panama, and Costa Rica, we have a reasonably good internet penetration. The penetration of internet in 2017 was 59%, and last year it seemed to have reached 79%. Those numbers, as you know, show that there's been a major increase as COVID-19 pushed more users to connect online. It forced a real picture of what the situation is by the end of 2020. When we look at the targets, we see that Central America is connected of sub-E cables. And the idea here is to show you a little bit about the submarine cables and which have landing points in the different countries making up TELCA, mostly Central America, Dominican Republic, and Mexico, as we can see. So, what I wanted to show you today about this submarine network and the countries that make up CONTELCA, these are the different landing points in the region. Now, why is this important? Because it shows us internet traffic exchange points, which helps us to maintain local traffic. It helps with latency and it allows carriers to reduce costs. As we all want these cost reductions to lead to lower prices in the packages sold to users. The IDB held a study and showed that the bandwidth development in Central America was 4.7, whereas Sweden, which has the highest point, just to show things, that the benchmark, Sweden achieves 7.9, the country with the highest bandwidth penetration. Regarding the development of broadband, we need a strategic vision and public policies. I think everybody agrees that everything has to do with public policy making, which has to be led by governments. We're talking about digital agendas, fiscal incentives, regarding the import of equipment, as well as the kinds of taxes being levied on communication services. But these need to be as low as possible because internet is considered to be a right, a basic human right. So it's not a luxury good. We can thus not levy luxury taxes on these services. Other factors used in the broadband penetration are strategic applications and training, because we can make infrastructure available. We can have a national plan when we, for example, offer a computer to each family member. But if that development plan, which have various axes focused on gender, and this is another of the areas which we must not lose sight of with women, how to empower women so that she can be fully inserted into the productive sector. And what better way to do this than through IT, by incorporating them into using ICTs. In Guatemala, one of the most significant developments is a national promotional and comprehensive development plan for Guatemalan women and the Equal Opportunities Plan. Another significant advance has been the incorporation of the Mayan latest, which was developed in 2007, and work is still continuing there. In Honduras, has a national women's policy established on its second equality plan. Mexico, every 2 years, holds its forum on women, media, and ICTs. It also has a special day dedicated to girls in ICTs for STEM, which has become an international day of recognition. So all countries hold different activities to celebrate the International Day of Girls in ICTs. In Nicaragua, we've developed the program is to increase broadband penetration and create a population study to identify which areas do not have access to internet. We talked a lot about connecting the unconnected, but do we have updated information to show us what partnerships to develop infrastructure and telecommunications and increase regional connectivity? And join us for this series of webinars. Other actions, we must not lose sight of the fact of the trade, how to use ICTs, and to wind up updating the regulatory and standards frameworks to help the deployment of ICT infrastructure throughout the region. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'd be delighted to answer them.
Thank you very much for your presentation, what you said about training, gender-based, including the gender-based perspective in planning the incentives so that the public sector can invest. And the private and public alliances or partnerships are fundamental, as you said. Thank you for addressing your presentation, and we will leave in some time aside for questions and answers. And right now we will welcome Irene Presti. Irene Presti is the Vice President of Connectivity from the government of Cordoba. Thank you very much for coming. I'll give the floor to you immediately so you have enough time. Thank you, Maria Jose. I would like to acknowledge the organizers for having invited me. I'm going to be sharing my PowerPoint. Please let me know if you cannot see it. Yeah, we can see it perfectly well. First and foremost, I would like to bring you some statistics on the province of Cordoba for you to be acquainted. Fifth largest countries in terms of population is the second largest, which holds or which has 3.7 million people, according to the 2018 census. We have a high segmentation process in the province because in compare with other provinces in the country, we have 427 municipalities and communities. So on average, in Argentina, a province may have 91 municipalities or districts. This fragmentation is given by the diversity in connection with the population, socioeconomic basis, climate, vegetation, fauna, which are the basic elements of inequalities in the province. And if we observe to connect the background given this context that we are living in, given this context, in 2018 we launched the program that's called Connectivity Cordoba under law, contributing to public policy targeting to reduce the digital divide in our province. And in this way to have equality of opportunities in terms of social and economic aspects. The plan covers the 427 municipalities and districts in the province, and in line with this law, it establishes that we need to work on two transversal pillars in line with the governmental strategy, with the state strategy. First, the deployment of the infrastructure or of the public works, and then the digital inclusion initiatives. Now, before 2018 and 2020, we started implemented Cordoba mission to provide digital inclusion for all the people in the province area to these people activity skills. Our strategic pillars are connectivity, reaching 230 municipalities or districts, and we could reach 96 localities by year end. At the same time, we're working with an alternative connectivity strategy, trying to reach the rest of the localities in the province by means of radio waves and community connectivity. Our infrastructure deployment is to have a joint collaboration in terms of connectivity for the province. The aim of which is to company the energy access. The agency will be wholesale sector. Now, including in our app can provide this access. The deployment of this infrastructure goes hand in hand with the ownership and the use of this. In this way, we skills and the necessary know-how. Digital skills, especially in the most vulnerable sectors of society, especially those groups where they have the deepest or the largest digital divide, people with disabilities, the elderly, people in the rural sector, or those that do not have the means to pay for the internet. So these initiatives have been including digital literacy. We have two programs. One of the most important programs is the Digital ABC initiative on internet governance, but as Cordoba in your province, you have great challenges because some of them lack connectivity access to the internet. So this poses a lot of challenges for this sector. We have 7 minutes left. I had questions for some of you, and probably as we are not going to be able to take those questions, probably I can summarize these comments. And in line with your experience or vision or perspective, probably you can identify and summarize the main challenge in order to reduce this digital divide in the ITC sector. So we're going to start with Lourdes, and probably
affecting 5G bandwidth between 26 and 28 for our interns from the SL. But beyond that, it's important to point out a partnership with industries which have to overcome their own obstacles, as they have to include and incorporate digitalization, which eventually leads to greater productivity, obviously. Well, for end users, 5G is still very much an affordability issue. So I would say spectrum, incentives to attract investment, rules to foster the development of the previous generations to 5G. Thank you very much. 2 minutes to Alejandro because he has to go. Alejandro, quick question during the pandemic. So joined the race to offer greater access. Thank you very much, Alejandro, and thank you so much for being with us today. We hope to meet soon. You mentioned train users. How important is it for these to be associated to regulatory modernization to increase and attract more investment, which is so critical to ensure that those unconnected can have greater connectivity? But why don't you just tell us from your point of view how we could articulate this to achieve positive results in what we need? I mean, I'm talking about investments. Thank you, Majo. Strategic proposals, and each sector gives its own point of view and says whether that strategy fits in with their plans, whether it's relevant or not. So the idea is to listen to all stakeholders, including energy, the power sector, because we can talk about infrastructure and taking advantage of it, but many of these remote locations still don't have access to electricity. So we need to have all of those stakeholders involved, all those many, many different parts sitting around the same table to draw up strategies together. This is the model that has worked best, because that way we can be sure that we have everybody's opinion and can draw up on everybody perspective, because what we needed to do was get the seniors out of the lines at the banks so they could learn to universities. Both public and private has been vital, in particular for these kinds of actions. And as for infrastructure, the cooperatives have been different. Right, thank you. Is there a country in Latin America which would provide for us to overcome infrastructure problems? Thank you, Olga, for the question. I think there are countries with certain advantages let's say there might not be, it might be taking longer there, then carriers are there any, Belisania, are there any other organizations like Comtelco in Latin America? Thank you, Olga. Yes, that's right. At America's level, we have CITEL, which is the International Telecommunications Commission. It's rather like Comtelco, but it's a much greater, bigger infrastructure continent. National Telecommunication Union, or Telecoms Technical Commission, which belongs to America, and in more about cooperative examples in Argentina. I'm too clear about the technological side. Oh, don't worry. It's just a question from one of the interns, and it just refers to an earlier comment. Okay. Majo, that's it from me. Majo, you've done a great job. You're wonderful. This has been a great panel for me. It's really an important issue. And I'd like to, it's always great to take away a summary of key points, which I did for each one of the speakers, so that you can walk away with the knowledge of what is needed to carry on growing and giving greater quality to those who are connected. So we can summarize it in the rule of law, clear digital agendas from the part of the governments, keeping regulatory framework up to date, digital education for users, which also envisages inclusion of women in training with special focus, reduce tax burdens and municipal obstacles to deployment, and articulation between the different stakeholders, which is so important to achieve a better use of investment in the telecommunications sector. So this is basically a summary of what our panel discussed. It's very much an overview, obviously. And once again, I would like to thank my fellow panel members and Olga and Adrian for inviting us. Well, it's been a real pleasure to have you with us today. I hope that you finish your day well and hope to see you soon in person someday. Okay then, bye-bye. Good luck. And my dear interns, please don't leave us. And 6:30 in Argentina. Come on, Argentines. Remember, we started later today, so you've got no excuse. Colombia, it'll be 4:30. Will be our last panel on. It will be about Wi-Fi, 5G, and other wireless technologies. So see you in 15 minutes.
Aló.
Adrian would like to greet. It's going to be future Wi-Fi of the future, 5G, IoT, and other wireless technology. I would like to thank Facundo, Diego, Carlos, and Marta Suarez. Thanks a lot for being here, addressing this talk. All of you are Colombian, but Facundo is the only one that is not Colombian, but married to a Colombian, so he's quasi-Colombian. And the Argentinians on the other side of the screen. We have 1 hour left, so we're going to be flexible at the end. Let me remind you that we're going to ask you some questions that are in different zone. Okay? Technologies. What is the state of the art, the situation in the Caribbean and in Latin America, and what impact. Start by giving the floor to Marta. Marta, this is the question for you. Good evening. Thank you very much. Thanks to the SSIG for giving me the chance to participate in this panel. I would like to address this technology that we take for granted, we thought that we use constantly on an ongoing basis, but we need to address quite a few features. Let me allow me to share the screen, to share the PowerPoint that I have for you. Thanks. A few words about the Dynamic Spectrum Alliance. We promote a balance between the licensed sector and the non-licensed sector. It is that are configured or set up users to penetrate Wi-Fi traffic, especially when we are at home or at the office, instead of having that traffic when we're on the go. It is important that the projections and the trend are, as you can see, on the rise, so it's widely adopted. There's increasingly more access to the internet and increasingly more access to new applications. Given this background, it is important to provide the capacity to those Wi-Fi networks to cope with this. We're going to see the evolution. In the Wi-Fi industry, we have had different generations that have been developed. We have, for example, Wi-Fi 4 until Wi-Fi 7, provided by Intel. Right now, we stand at Wi-Fi 6, that is the current standard, in 5 gigahertz and 2.4, that is data transmission of 10 gigabytes per second, gigabits per second. We want to extend to the 6 gigahertz, and that would be Wi-Fi 6E. That may have better broadband, better capacity, and other technologies that would allow cities of larger capacity in terms of gigabits. Now, in terms of standardization, we have worked in the alliance with digital equipment certification. We have developed interoperability for Wi-Fi 6 and 6E. We have that standard in the 6 gigahertz band, and we hopefully are going to have Wi-Fi 7 that is going to be implemented for 2024. So this is an instrument that has been constantly involved, delivering better performance and better interoperability, and features in line with users' needs. In connection with the possible applications in 6E, may have low power, very low power, and standard power. This could be implemented independently. I mean, there are some countries that chose one or two and then they wait for further deployment, so they may apply different rules for every single case. And then we have also the adoption of Wi-Fi 6E. In the region of the Americas, we have 8 offices that opened the band completely for 6E, and we have other 6 countries that are opening consultation. We have United States, Canada, Chile, Peru, Brazil, Guatemala, Honduras, and the other ones that are put this to under consultation are Argentina, Brazil. So broadband, we have some countries like Korea, Saudi Arabia that are adopting this band, and especially the European Union, but they took the low power part of the band that is 500 megahertz. Why is this strategic? Because there's economic value drivers. I believe that this is going to become relevant after COVID-19 because of the pandemic, and Wi-Fi is a technology that drives economic value, and this is done through different sources of value. Ones that reside in public access, especially for those that cannot have data plans in their households, and for those that use fiber optics to have it as a supplement in internal or household networks of 10 kilobits per second, and it's very important for business corporations or for WES, for those that provide internet access, wireless internet access, and for the industry, because many companies operate through Wi-Fi and it's a very affordable technology. And also this applies to different sectors. There are studies that reveal the impact on the global economy for 2025. As a matter of fact, we expect an impact of $3.3 trillion dollars, and it's a growing industry in terms of economy, um, equipment with economies of scale that really help the prices. It is strategic also to deliver unlicensed use of spectrum for Wi-Fi technologies. It's not the only technology, but we have 5G also, and new radio unlicensed technologies that is a supplement for 5G in the unlicensed bands. So this provides a lot of economic value of this use. Data reveals here in the essay in line with the annual economic value for the unlicensed use in the 6 gigahertz band in Brazil, where we find that the accumulated or cumulative economic value between 20 and 2030 accounts for $112 billion in GDP. Considering the corporations in Brazil and considering the development of users and the citizenry in Brazil. The same thing goes for other countries, even though there's not an auction of spectrum. However, there's a lot of economic value being created because of all that comes with unlicensed Wi-Fi. Here we have the Colombian case. Colombia found that the economic benefit for every source of economic value was very relevant. The cumulative accounts for $40 billion in the next 10 years. Here there's an opportunity cost, that is the economic value of Wi-Fi that starts in zero, and if you postpone that decision implies an opportunity cost. And here made by the ministry in terms of the spectrum, so Colombia could enjoy the benefits of these unlicensed technologies. Marta?
Thank you, Marta. We are associated with Wi-Fi. Thank you. We are living in what we know as the data deluge era. More devices in homes and industries. In industries, your average internet user is using or generating 1.5 giga of traffic for reaching our countries with Wi-Fi 6. The Alliance has already foreseen that there will be that as much as 20% of devices in the world with Wi-Fi 6. On the other hand, within 2 years, we will have Wi-Fi 7 standard, which will further increase Japanese big fact where 5G will be more powerful. Devices will be able is it will be next year. There are three different with spectrums in different areas, and the idea is to get everything working better. So we are going to be making a leap as such has not been seen since a long time, because Wi-Fi has been working with this kind of spectrum to deploying it so people can actually appreciate the benefits. We move on to Diego Molano. Diego.
Olga for organizing the school of accessibility, which is great, 70%, you know. Out of which we need to consider if this is so this is an advantage to the internet thanks to the mobile networks. Okay, so you may ask people, and they tell, and that is a good thing, they said. And the next question to the internet have a plan as most of the users in Latin America because 80% paid phones. So they use prepaid subscriptions, and how long? And there's connectivity for what's face. So are these people, and that becomes a problem. 5 people are sharing that smartphone. Being told lies. There's one smartphone. Countries like Colombia, during the pandemic, only 10 children in school observations because they made and to reach more people, because having a 95% coverage across Latin America in 4G is a super team and is spectacular. However, the issue lies whether we're using this infrastructure as efficient as possible, and probably the answer is negative. No, we're not even tapping that infrastructure because yes, they do have 4G coverage, but users are not using it this enough because probably it's not affordable, or because they don't have the right computers to do so, or probably they don't have the incentives or the know-how to use that smartphone. And probably for this, you need to implement the necessary ecosystems, as is what I'm sure discussion will be held activity. So more advanced technology is to have an impact on better opportunities with this sort of. Yes, we discuss 5G, Wi-Fi, and we evolve with this debate, but Latin America cannot cope up with electronics. How we're going to improve the quality of this ecosystem, because the basics of electronics are not even manufactured here. We don't have a CITEL here. So some of the countries, they're not open source effectively, and if we do not do so, we're going to have a Rolls-Royce or a Ferrari park at the curb, basically, and driving these in cobblestones without any bridges. So we need to make progress in telecommunications and in other policy making as well. Thank you, Diego. The main issue then is to deliver on the potential of 5G, both for consumers.
Share this panel with so many of my friends from Colombia. It's very interesting to hear what they've been saying. So, Monica, you can all see this, right? It's become very clear for the industry, and connectivity is more and more part of our daily lives. That is to help examples how this has digitalization of the industries has evolved over the pandemic and how they have adapted and mass consumer subjects. So in that context, we are seeing that this gradual process of digitalization has picked up speed in key sectors such as retail, remote working, entertainment, and e-commerce. All of these have seen how their digital expansion plans have grown so quickly, as well as healthcare. Obviously, 18 months ago, no one ever thought that you could have something like remote medicine or remote health from the point of view of content, of these digital tools, access to these through digital media, or banking and finance digital tools, which consumer is the end user. We think it's going to pick up speed in those sectors, better prepared in those for the ICT industry. The arrival of connectivity has impacted everything. Limited connectivity, capacity, and virtually zero latency. Mass use of mobile broadband, but what people do with it. So 5G allows us to develop new uses, connect to different speeds and capacities and latencies through multiple virtual networks. It's what we call network splicing features. You can see some of these here. 5G is going to change the speed variables. We're expecting speeds which are 10 to 100 times faster than cellular ones, 1,000 times in latency based compared with what we're using now. You might ask for what actually, but when we're talking about things like robotics or surgeries or automated factories, they're going to need things that are sure, that are certain, that are reliable, that are fast, because they have very specific uses. But also for consumers who have other needs for services and capabilities provided by this network. We're talking about healthcare, public services, entertainment, everything that has to do with smart cities and Wi-Fi access, which we're going to go into a little bit more detail, and not to mention everything that has to do with connected transport and the automotive industry. So if we were to see what 5G looks like after the last 2 years since it was launched, this slide shows us some data which is pretty encouraging. Today, we have 176 globally live 5G networks, 938 which are commercially available, mostly smartphones on the market. We have notebooks, other kinds of devices. And what's happening in the world, as you can see what 5G like in South Korea, for instance, 10 gigas worth of consumption a month. So the greater the availability, the greater the data consumption. People are just going to consume more and more and more. With these levels, 7 networks as of today, which are active around the world. We've been the pioneers in launch 5G in 5 continents. Since 2015, we've delivered over 6 million radio bases for 5G, which are being served an adoption to sign up for 5G. We're expecting it to be faster than generation options, more quickly than through 5G. extraordinarily large market, $149 billion from now to 2030. It's not just for the mobile industry, but this will also be provided through the value chain of the ICT industry. We could go into further detail, but we're running out of time. And just to wind up, I would like to mention the main findings of a survey we carried out in May this year. Probably the largest smartphone user study for 5G and 4G carried out in several countries, some of which are Latin American, where we were trying to identify key trends in terms of how the decision to adopt and use and the consumer perception of smartphones as they move towards 5G. And what we saw was that despite the pandemic increased year after year, we compared 2019 with 2020. This intention has grown by 2 percentage points. The desire to upgrade to 5G networks, not only active networks, but this is important. We an issue whether you're consuming or not. An issue when you move out of your home Wi-Fi and you move through different cities and different areas. So, Monica, by way of example, what I want to say with this slide, there's a Korean operator who's already providing 5G services, not only from the point of view of the end user, but also from an industrial point of view. Services are offering things like virtual reality, which is going to benefit so many industries, from education, entertainment. The changes and benefits are huge. B2C for consumers, and industrial services, the huge focus on attracting investments. We've talked about the spectrum. This isn't limited to that, but we should highlight the importance played by the spectrum, because we need to be able to license out, thought, understand the demand for a broader spectrum for those.
Yes, Monica. I'm sorry, but I was trying to speak Portuguese. Let me see if I did not include this in the session because of time reasons. But however, we conducted a study not based on projections, but on actual statistics. It was conducted in Europe, in North America, United States and Canada, where for those carriers that provide the internet to homes, some of them are mobile operators that offer landline or land connectivity per day, and I'm sure the traffic is North America rather than in Europe, and there's a rising trend, and this reveals that Wi-Fi traffic is being doubling every season. Projections, but actual measurements. Okay, and this is what. Okay, let me take this question based on what we said, or what Diego said just a few. We need to see if they're connected or not. And this is twofold, because not all homes of all socioeconomic levels can afford to pay a prepaid plan or an unlimited plan. It's not that it's going to cover or fulfill my needs, data or applications that create a lot of traffic, because many places through the pandemic, just by updating the current model, they could overcome the challenges of having people in school, their parents working remotely, and children, doing some gaming. And this was adapted by evolving to 4G and now to 5G, adapting the model. But in the future, if you have homes that use intensively this data, I'm sure that we cannot think of connectivity in a traditional way. We need to adapt this 5G in order to prevent this bottleneck as we had in the past. So it's not only having the signal, but in the same home or in the same company, is everybody that is in the same location. So by having that, you democratize basically the internet. And that's why we have, I'm sure that like producing some output, and I'm sure they don't want a single mobile network that is unlicensed. They're thinking of a combination of having connectivity and the same devices evolve in different ways, creating different ecosystems. For example, the educational ecosystem was unthinkable in the past. In order to have an network. Thank you. And that we're using adequately the infrastructure. Sometimes it's not used that widely because we don't have the necessary ecosystems to tap this connectivity. So the question is, how do we strengthen the ecosystems so people can make use of this connectivity? This is the million-dollar question. The issue is how we make different sectors to make their own digital transferences or fintech solutions. How the fashion industry that depends on high technology, how does the fashion industry make more than 1 million programmers vacant positions that need to be taken by engineers? So increasingly less people want to study IT or engineering. The second task is lawyers, accountants, absolutely everybody. And when we assess or are quite large, significant technology, but to supplement each other. And I bring this to the table as a supplier, as a vendor of several technologies, especially the one that is being discussed here in this panel. The best example is to have a successful minister to address this issue, but there are many things to consider. First, how we can promote investment to have further innovation, allocate on a timely basis data spectrum, and to promote indeed those digitalization initiatives and digital transformation strategies beyond the ICT sectors, considering the different tiers, social tiers in the Latin American countries. This succinctly summarizes the questions from the audience. There are many. Let me try to summarize them.
We have 5G. Was that 5 years? Does this mean that ties to 5G implemented and what is the best technology? Or is it going to only be deployed in urban areas? And how will things grow with 5G? I think we need to have an event only on this subject because the presentations were fantastic. So many questions. I don't know if we can answer the question. We have 7 or 8 minutes. Okay, that's great. I have 7 presentations on this subject, so I'll just I can produce 7 at least from these questions. Lots of questions. From the point of view of mining, this is a paradigmatic case where mining is really going to benefit from 5G. That's where we could put the mining companies. Urban and more densely populated areas first, according to availability. Main uses obviously require high capability. It will become more widely used. And will reach our homes that are more remote. Things were planned ahead of time. I'd say it's possible to plan these periods of time. Just have to do with how long it takes. Is that we are 5G spectrum. There is an issue of harmonization here. This isn't something we're planning. It depends on so many factors. And when countries look at these numbers, they're saying, are we ahead or are we behind? And the sensation is that this issue before telecommunications were all about the ecosystem. Today, that's the ecosystem. Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to Olga. And thank you to everybody else. And greetings to my former colleagues. Bye. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Monica. Thank you, everybody. It's been a real pleasure to be here. It was such an interesting subject, lots of questions. It was I just wanted to say something about Diego's recommendations. If we aren't interested in learning about technology, we cannot. This is carried on working. So we'll see you tomorrow, 11 o'clock Argentine time and for Brazil, and 9 o'clock for Colombia and